What about now? It's time to rock, time to rock to the beginning bar. Bump to the boom, to the bump, to the bass. Bump to the bass, to the boom, to the bum, to the bum, to the bum, to the bum, to the bum. What about now? It's time to rock to the beginning bar. Bump to the boom, to the bump, to the bass. Bump to the bass, to the boom, to the bum. What about now? It's time to rock to the beginning bar. Bump to the boom, to the bump, to the bass. Bump to the
Howdy, folks. Welcome in. Clearly, there's a hot tub. You just can't see it. I am just about ready. Give me 1 or 2 more minutes, and then we're good to go. We'll get some gamma going. Yo, calm down, R2. I hear you. It's pretty spicy, but I don't think we're gonna get busted for this one. R2 is such a worrywart. Isins. Howdy, howdy.
I'm really
Good to see
feeling
ya.
it.
Yeah, me too, dog. Me too. Shulk knows what's up. Munga, as always, welcome in. Mr. Pie, welcome. Frosty, you know I don't like to be told what to do. I'm not into playing it safe. Yo, 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 what's up? Devon, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you. She actually has a few different sets of possible breasts. You know, we try to decide if they a little connection in the middle or not. The real stuff. The real stuff. Demi, welcome in. Welcome in. Gamba's live, folks. Don't forget to put your coins up. Alright, give me 1 more minute. Refill my water, and I'll be good to go. We back. I think my Pro Controller's dead. But Alright. I don't have any things set up, but we do have it as promised. I have all the Metal Gear content. I don't have like European Extreme unlocked on Metal Gear Solid 2. But we do have all the Metal Gear content. So we are ready for the marathon, which will be happening next month, at the very end of next month. Do it. Do it? Maybe? Or not? just the command just didn't work. What the fuck, bro? It was working yesterday. Anyways, we're going to be doing a super fun Metal Gear marathon. We're going to be playing through Metal Gear Solid, Solid 2, and Solid 3. Each one will have some, we'll watch all the cutscenes. We'll go on some insane lore dives. We'll talk Metal Gear, and we'll talk game dev, which will be super fun. We'll talk about how a lot of the game development stuff was done, the way I would achieve similar things. So it'll be very game dev friendly. There'll be lots to talk about for each game. It'll be fun. We'll do some theorizing about some mechanics. We'll talk about other mechanics and how games are made. So that'll be a good core part of it as well. And on top of it, I'll be fresh off the heels of my job. So we'll be doing the marathon basically as long as it takes. And as of now, I have a couple incentives planned for the marathon. We are going to be doing 1, 2, and 3. That's a guarantee. We're going to do all 3. But there will be an incentive to play the original Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. There will be an incentive for that. If we reach a goal during all 3 of them, we'll unlock playing the original ones, and we'll actually go back in time and we'll learn the lore that sets up Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but also we'll uncover details about Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 that are actually duplicated and prove that Metal Gear Solid is basically a reimagining of Metal Gear itself. So that'll be an option for us to unlock. And there will also be options while playing that if we reach certain incentives, I will play Metal Gear on a regular difficulty. Metal Gear Solid 2, we will play on a much harder difficulty. And if our third incentive is met, I will play Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater on European Extreme, the hardest possible difficulty, upon which, if you are seen by an enemy, game over instantly. It is the hardest possible way to play Metal Gear Solid 3. It becomes perfect stealth or you lose. Period. So we will go completely big boss mode. We'll do as much as we can. We'll do all 3. We won't do as much as you can. We'll do all 3. But these will be incentives to unlock. So 1, we'll start with 1. We'll have a regular incentive for 1, plus the running incentive for 2. And then 2, we will have the running incentive for 3. And then during 3, we will run the incentive for Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. So it's going to be a ton of fun. It's going to go for as long as it needs to go. It could be awesome. We could kick it out. It could be 15 hours. It probably won't be. It'll probably much longer. I will do my best to do it in one stream. If we absolutely have to break, I will break for sleep, and then we will come back and simply just kind of begin where we left off. So this could be a multi-day thing, depending on whether or not y'all unlock the super hard difficulties, which will make it progressively fucking harder to get through them. But it's worth it. It's very fun. Metal Gear's a great game. It's full of awesome cutscenes. It's got a lot of really cool game dev tech from the PlayStation 1 all the way into the late stages of the PlayStation 2. And as a gaming series, it has a lot of fun lore, a lot of cool graphical developments that were made early on in video gaming. And it's really just a fun ride to watch and play. The music is great. The story's awesome. So, yeah. So, keep your eyes peeled for that. That's coming soon. That's next month. I'm going to try this marathon thing again. I'm going to just delete this trigger here. And I'm just going to force the command. There we go. So, yep, it'll be running. It's in 41 days. It'll be on June 30th. If we need to move the time slot, we will. But as of now, that is the set time slot. There's a possibility it could shift, but I don't see any reason why it would shift at this point. We'll do some Mario Party 1 gambas tonight. So if you have coins and you would like to put in a bet on whether or not Gray Clay or Red Wax win, now's your chance to put in a quick bet, and then we will continue to sculpt on our lady here. We'll probably keep it safe for work, obviously, because if we don't, we'll get absolutely eviscerated. We're already pushing our luck here, but I've seen much worse on Twitch, so... Yeah. What we'll do is maybe we'll do like we'll do like oh no, one player? Yeah, one player. We could probably think of something like if I can set up a thing that if we'll have people do like an exclamation mark check-in, and they can check in every hour, and it will tell you how many hours you've been awake and following the stream, so people can vie to stay up the longest. We gotta have Dong in the team. Put Peach in. And we'll put double greens. We'll make them ruthless. All of them absolutely ruthless today. So yeah, if it'll warn you too after a specific amount of time if you haven't checked in. It'll let you know you need to check in within like maybe the next 10 or 5 minutes. And if you don't check in, then it'll just assume that you've left and gone to sleep, and people can check in and become the champion. Can you be as big a degenerate as Merc? Try your luck. Koopa was riding on the back of one of his brothers. And go for it. Okay. Okay. Yoshi and Donkey for Gray Clay, top of the screen. Peach and Luigi for Red Wax, bottom of the screen. Heck yeah, a little summer vacay. That's what I'm talking about. All right. There we go. All right, about 6 minutes. That's how much time you have to put your coins down. Remember, you always win if you go all in. All right, let me try the command again. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me reboot this. It says I'm not connected. That's why it's not working. It can send messages as Mercurial Machine, but it can't as... I can't read chat at the moment. Hey, what's up, Badagas? Welcome in, welcome in. Perfect, okay. Oh, now Monk is in. Monk is in. Watch out, folks. Governments be damned. That's what I like to hear. Marathon. Come on. There we go. Okay, it works now. Sweet. Okay, let me check my queue. Action history. It detected marathon, and it ran it. Perfect. We're in trouble now. 100% win chance. Classy Clover, hello, welcome in. Hope things are going well for you this evening or morning, wherever you might be. Just chilling, that's what I like to hear. Some spaghetti? Nice. I made some spaghetti the other night. Got a nice spicy tomato and basil with some sausage and some yellow squash and some green squash. Some veggies. Some veggies in my sauce. Let's kick the tunes over to something a little more fun. Ah, okay. I'll put anything into spaghetti, honestly. All in while you can. All in. Welcome in, folks. Good to see you made it just in time. And that's it. No more Gamba options. Welcome, Pink Lava. Hope you and Phobos are having a good evening tonight. Frosty in just in time. Don't I know it, brother? Don't I know it? I've kind of been dreading the end because I know I'm going to be swamped with work tomorrow. My time is running out, and that means there is going to be a ton of shit to do. Yeah. Oh no, she's got a weekend working coming up? Oh my gosh. My condolences. Is it Memorial Weekend? Man, I am so... Yeah, I guess it is. I don't actually know if I have that off.
Established a series of leagues and bloody public exhibitions.
Let me look, because I'm curious now.
Soon, Leandri discovered that the public matches were their most profitable enterprise. The professional league was formed. A cabal of the most violent and skilled warriors in known space, selected to fight in a grand tournament.
No, but it's a UK holiday, it looks like.
50 years have passed since the founding of Deathmatch. Profits from the tournament number in the hundreds of billions. You have been selected to fight in the professional league by the Leandri Rules Board. Your strength and brutality are legendary.
I have some UK employees, so their stuff is on the calendar too. Don't worry, I don't actually like them. Just covering my bases here.
You are the best.
Oh, you have weekdays off? I kind of wish I had weekdays off, Demi. I kind of wish I did. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, everyone is always out and about on the weekend doing weekend shit. And I like weekdays better because places are just way less crowded. Like the bank. You just go to the bank on a weekday afternoon. There's fucking nobody there. It's just like, oh, I can bank now. But you go on the weekend, there's like 8 people in line and each person takes 40 minutes to get through whatever the fuck they're doing at the bank. What are people doing at the bank that takes so goddamn long? I can't be the only one that's noticed that. I do have Memorial Day off. When the fuck is Memorial Day? Was that previously? No, it's the 27th. Okay. Cool. Good shit for me. Glad I planned my holiday around that. But yeah, seriously, what the fuck are people doing in the bank that takes so long? See, that's not too bad though, right? It is always old people. It is always old people. That's true. But that's what I kind of wish. I kind of wish that my workday was like... My workday started on Wednesday and ended on Sunday so that I could have Monday and Tuesday. Because no one wants to go out on Monday because they're back from work and they hit Monday and they're like, fuck, it's Monday. I don't want to do anything fun right now because it'll ruin the rest of my week. And the same kind of happens with Tuesday. That's what I'm going for, Monka. That's what I'm going for. My plan is to just never work again. Told my wife numerous times, like, I will probably never retire. I'll probably just continue to work for the rest of my life. But my goal is to do things I actually give a damn about. Yeah, we all take every dollar we have communally, pool it all together, and then one of us wins the lotto, and then we just divide it among entries. It's foolproof. We just cracked the code. Yeah, get the odds from him. Ask him to calculate which day we should buy tickets on. Yeah, it really is that easy. Just scam the system. Duh, forehead. Just scam the system. I've talked about it before, but I think that getting super wealthy would actually would probably ruin my life, but it would ruin it from a like a mental personal standpoint. Like my life would be objectively better, right? But as a creative individual, making things is sort of my lifeblood. And when I'm not making things, I'm really depressed. So I imagine if I got super wealthy, there wouldn't be a lot of incentive to make things. And if I did become successful, it would be ultimately meaningless because I wouldn't even need the money anyways. I'd still want to make things, but there is an element of financial like gain from making stuff, right? Like like here's the thing, to break it down, to put it as simply as possible, if you make something and someone wants to give you money for it, it means that the thing you made has value to other people. But if you have infinite money and you can make anything you want, it doesn't inherently mean what you're making has value. So do you see the problem? So if you have a shit ton of money and you make whatever you want, you could spend $25 million making your dream game, but it could sell absolutely abysmally, but you still made it. So you don't suffer any of the consequences and you still make garbage. Right? But I like the challenge that comes with, I want to make things that people want. Because that means that my ideas are validated, to put it very bluntly. Bro, it is MercurialForge. That's me. That's my secret name. Is that Lazarus Valentino I see in my chat? The one and only? That is literally my real name. Doxing! He's doxing me, dude! What a crazy name that would be. Like, Giga Chad name. Real talk, it would probably take me a minute to find Chicago on a map, because the US is so fucking big. So... I never claimed I was smart. Or educated. So you're not really doxing yourself. I would say roughly, similarly, 90 to 95% of my life, I have lived somewhere at the extremities of San Francisco and San Diego in California. So... honestly, Monka, you probably have the same education level as your average American. If you're able to look at a blank map and call out 5 to 7 states and actually point them out on the map, 12th grade education level, dude. Are we feeling this? I think we are. Do we make her a cowlick? Yeah, I think we do. Just enough wrinkles. This is the tip of... True. Okay. Demi. Chicago-style hot dog. Mustard only, right? Mustard relish kind of thing? Is that what we're talking about? Because I won't lie, I used to put a lot of ketchup on hot dogs, but I recently discovered, by recently I mean within this decade, I discovered the mustard-only dog, and that is fire. That's a sandwich, bro. That's too many ingredients. I'm thinking personally, hot dog, 4 ingredients max, including the dog. 4 ingredients max. Will be disgusted by the Brazilian hot dog. You're not selling me on it, dude. What is the Brazilian hot dog? You can't leave us hanging. Hot dogs are already sandwiches? I don't know where I stand on that. But yeah, I would probably agree, yes. If a hoagie is a sandwich, a hot dog is a sandwich. Absolutely. Brazilian hot dog sounds like something someone would ask me for on my Not Safe for Work account. They'd be like, I want you to draw my character in the Brazilian hot dog position. That's what they would fucking say. Arguably, by that logic, Phobos, planet Earth is a sandwich at all times. We live on a sandwich. I love this. I love this lore. This is superior to Flat Earth. Dog bread, ketchup, mayo. You lost me. Mashed potatoes, corn, bacon, and shoestring potato fries? Holy shit. Can't you ask for them without pickles, though, Monka? Or is it like Danish law, you have to have the pickle? Or would it be gambling if you took the pickle off? That's the minimum. Y'all are nuts, bruh. You got some serious huevos. Oh, story time. I was in Japan. I was at, again, Tokyo Disney Sea. SEA, as in the ocean, not the letter C. We were in the American port, which is like it was themed with like worldly locations, right? It was themed with worldly locations. So there was like a Mediterranean seaside, there was like an American port city, and there was some other shit. So I'm in the American port city, right? Because, you know, why wouldn't I be? And there's a stall there that says, right on the side, all American hot dogs. And I thought, wow, I'd love an all-American hot dog. But then, in parentheses, underneath the hot dog, it says curry. My friend got one, and she told me, yeah, actually, the curry powder was mixed in with the meat So it was like, it wasn't a hot dog with curry on it. It was a hot dog that had been processed with curry flavoring inside of it. And I was like, then it's not an all-American hot dog. They're lying. And I know, of course, the sensibilities and the taste profile of different cultures, they're going to manipulate whatever food they get. And so they'll say it's an American hot dog or an American sandwich, but it will have tastes and flavors familiar to the culture. That totally makes sense. But I went to a sandwich shop and they did the same thing. They had like, what do they call them? Club sandwiches with 3 layers. It's like bread, stuff, another piece of bread, more stuff, and then bread on top. That's a club sandwich if you're unfamiliar. And this one had like, it was 3 sandwiches in the box. It was like a ham sandwich, a tuna sandwich, and a shrimp sandwich. It had like shrimp on the bread. And I was like, nah, this is not an American deli. Which was the name of it was like Sandwich Deli or something like that. It was ludicrous. They were playing with my heart. Yeah, Mr. Pie, your blockout's already looking better. My advice would be take the tip of her hat and make it a little more pointed towards the actual poofy part at the top of her head. Not the bill of the cap, but the actual body of the cap. I would pull that front portion up and give it a little more peak. All right, let me peep this. A true Brazilian hot... That's insane, bro. Okay, at that point, I would say it's more of an open face sandwich than a hot dog. Yeah, but I already said my piece. A hot dog with more than 4 ingredients is too many ingredients. It's not a hot dog at that point. It is a construct. It is a golem of some kind, made of meat and meat products. And buff the hell out of it. To be fair, though, mustard, relish, celery salt. See, that's my kind of dog. That's my kind of dog. Okay? Because I like... If I'm eating a hot dog... It's all about the meat, right? It's all about the juicy meat. It's all about the beef, baby. It's all about the beef. So I want whatever I put on my dog to be accentuating the beef, not fighting the beef. That's why a little mustard, a little relish, and then, like you're saying, some celery salt. That sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. Egg on pizza. I like boiled egg. I didn't used to, but I've been turned on to the ways of the boiled egg. But I don't think I would put it on pizza. When you're ready to take off the training wheels, you add the onion. Onion... I'm not a huge pickle fan, but I do like onions. What kind of onion, though? Are we talking like overpowering red onion? Or are we talking about like a sweet yellow? Italians hate the Danish for this one wacky pizza food. Or British food. Or the Danish hate... Wait, I lost the plot. Yellow sweet? That's the only way to go. Sweet yellow is not super prevalent? Or are you talking about the egg? I love yellow sweet onion. That's the shit. I put that on everything. I see. I'm an onion fan, though. Especially yellow onion. I like red onion in context with certain things. Yo, I would murder a hot dog right now. No lie. That's too much, dude. You had me at 5 ingredients with onion, and then you were like, "Oh, don't forget the big, disgusting, wet slice of tomato you put on top." It's just a it's just a literal sandwich now, except the meat is not flat, it's round. It's like getting a taco in Japan and they don't actually make salsa. They just put tomato in. And you're like, that's not salsa, bro. That's just a tomato. And they're like, it's a taco. And you're like, no. I mean, maybe from like 10 feet away, it looks like a taco. Yeah, tomato just feels like a guilt addition. Right? It feels like a guilt addition. Like, oh no, I better have some vegetables today. I better put a tomato on my hot dog. Some guilty-os. I don't like tomatoes, to be fair. Demi, that's actually a really great point. There were numerous times in our trip to Japan where my wife and I constantly kept turning to each other and saying, you know what would make a great restaurant here? You know what would make a great food? And I honestly believe because there were so few authentic flavors there, I think it's mainly because of the regional differences in sort of taste profile that people have. That cultures manifest over time. But I actually think that if you were able to bring and willing to bring and create a restaurant that had a more authentic flavor, you would absolutely have to offer Japanese themed meals. You would absolutely have to. But I think if you were willing to do that, to start a restaurant like that, follow through, keep it authentic, add a few items to the menu that perhaps are not your bread and butter, but the locals like, yeah. I think a restaurant like that would do really well. Because then you would get all the foreigners. Because make no mistake, I love Japanese food. But after a while of traveling, you reach a point where you just want a good burger. You know? You just want an authentic slice of za. And real talk, it's relatively hard to find. We had Mexican food there. It was edible, but it was nothing to write home about. It was not Mexican food. We had 2 different types of pizza. They were okay. They were nothing to write home about. The only burger that I had there that really spoke to me, that felt authentic, was from a small, like, husband and wife store. And I honestly believe that one of them had gone to America. This is the only way to discuss food in Japan. So yeah. Yes. Yeah. You very quickly realize, as an American, what level of food you have access to. That you sort of realize that other more what's the word? Societies or cultures with a level of homogeneity throughout do not have. And I acknowledge that when I move to Europe, I will not have access to Mexican food, which I love. So my goal is to learn as much as I can from my parents about making authentic, classic Mexican recipes so that I have access to that kind of food at home all the time. That's the thing, too, is my brother moved to New York, so he moved to the East Coast. And he's mentioned in the past that the Mexican food on the East Coast is not the same as the Mexican food on the West Coast. It just isn't. It's a different style of food because culturally there is such a distance between, again, taste profiles, that there's a shift in the food. And that's something I want to talk to him more about, but there's only certain flavors you can get in certain places. So I know if you left Chicago and you ended up in Japan, yeah, you would have a very hard time you'd find those foods. There's tons of Mediterranean food places. There's tons of Greek food. There's tons of American diners. There's Mexican food. Obviously, there's multiple different kinds of Asian food all over. But it's all different. So I think you owe it to yourself. This is why I talk about cooking and why cooking is so important. But I would say if you love any kind of food local to your region, you owe it to yourself to learn how to cook that kind of food. Because if you don't, and you move away or you leave, your world will change from a food palette perspective. Very quickly, you'll realize that those foods don't exist anymore. Maybe you'll find something you love more, but absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The types of the flavors of food between even something like Los Angeles and San Francisco, they're different. They're different. And what they find acceptable for one food would be unacceptable for another somewhere else. Yeah. That's one thing that I think people forget about the United States, if you don't live in the United States, is how disgustingly big of a country it is. It's absolutely massive. You know, California is massive, absolutely massive. It's, what is it, like 800 miles from tip to toe or something like that? It's gigantic. I know that the Netherlands is the size of 2 New Jerseys. It's 1,040 miles from tip to toe, California. And it's 560 miles from west to east. That's absolutely gargantuan in comparison to lots of stuff. So it's like you have Mexican food in San Diego, and then you drive north to Eureka, which is 800, 700 miles away to the north, and you have Mexican food there. You're not eating the same burrito. It's going to be different. The ingredients, the spices, the proportions, everything, it's going to change. And you're still in the same state. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about traveling to Japan was trying the food. And one of my goals while I was there was I really wanted to try Mexican food in Japan. Because I'm always curious how different cultures interpret. Mexican food is something I know really well. Just because I spent a lot of time in Mexico with my family. My father and my stepmother are both from Mexico. My father's from Mexico City. My mother's from stepmother's from Oaxaca. And when you're exposed to something so innately and instinctually, you're exposed to the food from its cultural source, then you're exposed to interpretations of the food, and then you sort of move around the country and you move around the world and you go to different places and you try their interpretations of the food. You kind of see how it's like a game of telephone. And I don't know if it's because, I make pico de gallo with Roma tomatoes. I use lime, I use salt, I use a lot of cilantro, I use yellow onion, and I use the diced jalapeno, and I mix it all together, and that's a good salsa verde. But I don't know if when you go to a place like Japan, if it's like, well, maybe cilantro is not easily accessible, or maybe cilantro just isn't something that they enjoy the taste of, or maybe the gene that makes cilantro taste like soap is really prevalent. And so they'd be like, well, we'd never put that in there. We'd never make that. Or maybe salsa just isn't a kind of additive food spice ingredient that is used, which it isn't. Let's be real. You're never going to be able to ask for a bowl of ramen with salsa in it. Right, R2? He gets it. So you're coming at it from that perspective,
That's gotta hurt.
Calm down, Bobby guy.
Too slow.
Damn it. He got me. He got me. He got me. Don't take it personal or get cocky, okay? Calm down. But yeah. I'm a food fan. But I'm a homemade food fan. Learn to cook. That's what I'm trying to say for everyone. Learn to cook. Learn to cook. Welcome back, Vic. Learning to cook, it honestly is the best thing you can do for yourself. What'd you miss? We were just kind of winding down the food conversation. And I was wrapping it up by talking about the concept of just learn to cook. Okay, I like the hairstyle here. Okay, I have another idea I want to explore. That is a huge fucking hot dog, Demi. I just saw it. We're still undecided about the mermaid. Kind of. There's a couple projects I want to explore that are not mermaid. So I'm thinking maybe I make like a fun alternate mermaid idea, but I explore the other idea at the same time. Instructions unclear at the moment. Let me go to my reference here and see if I can work this into another pose. I want to try the other pose too. Huge hot dog, local price does 2 for $6.89 with fries. That's absolutely insane. A hot dog like that, where I live, $18 for one. Ah, shit. I was muted. Fuck. I was talking for like 3 minutes, bruh. That's some classic Merc shit there. Thank you for the raid, Nasivr. Thank you. Welcome the 65 raiders. Cuboyo, welcome in. Sculpts, welcome in. Volpsy, good to see you. My night's going well. Seal Call, glad to see you. Hope you're doing well too. Whoa, Prime sub. Thank you very much.
Hey, a Prime sub. Did you know Amazon Prime account holders can sub to any Twitch channel for free? That's right. Just connect your Amazon account with your Twitch account and sub using Amazon Prime at no cost to you, and it supports Merc. Go on, give it a shot, bub.
Damn, Kendo speaking facts right now. Fezique? Yo, to you as well. Mel, boob evening to you. Or as I like to say, booba forever. Booba forever. I'm Merc, by the way. I make sexy ladies, garage kits, miniatures. I do commissions for different types of games and not safe for work stuff sometimes. Not on Twitch, because I'll get blasted. Yeah, we do a little personality work here. Thanks for the compliments on the proportions. I'm doing my best. Also, sorry about being fucking muted the whole time. Captain Merc, drive everyone away. Yeah. I mean, it's up to chat. Thank you again for the sub. Everybody loves the Bulma. Thank you. I put a heart and soul into her. Put a heart and soul into her. What were you gonna say? Yeah, I was working on, I actually have an alternate version that's kind of garage kit. And then I was looking for a pose when you all came in. I was looking for some concept art. But yeah, I also work professionally in the game industry. So, and I have for quite a long time. Mamma mia! Oh, we need Mario quotes. Cuboyo. Yeah, I put the towel up for you. Be cool. Be cool. Yeah, and if you're interested, every now and then I play video games or goof around. And we got a marathon coming up on June 30th. So peep it. Join up, we'll talk about game dev.
If you say so.
You heard Snake. Nasivr, have a good night. Thank you for the raid. I plan to have a great stream. Rest up. Oh, we dropped the towel. It's hiding the good stuff. It's hiding the good stuff. I was gonna try and alter the arm. It's not out yet. Oh, man. Sorry, Fossabot. That one's gotta go.
I'll take it from here, babe. That's just a warning, bub. The next one won't miss.
You heard Kendo. Don't mess around. Bad jokes not allowed. I'm gonna try and edit the pose a little bit. Let's turn on proportion. Yeah, so I've been doing ZBrush for about 20 years now. I know a lot of you are like, Lamau, bro. There's no way you've been doing ZBrush for 20 years. It's not even 20 years old. Well, friend, I've been doing ZBrush for quite a while now. This ain't my first rodeo, so it is quite old. Oops, wrong tool. So if you have ZBrush questions, or you like learning about ZBrush, you're welcome to come into my stream, ask questions, ask for feedback, ask questions about how I did stuff. Be sure to check out my coins, my point channel redemptions. You can submit questions, you can submit work for feedback. Yep. Yes, ZBrush is quite old. ZBrush was a 2.5D application for quite a while. Before it became the sculptor's application of choice. And I started using ZBrush in 2005, I want to say. I know, R2, that's a long time, but that's true. I've been using ZBrush for quite a while. So there are lots of tools now that all these young ZBrush artists have that, oh my gosh, you're spoiled. Everyone who uses ZBrush and learned it within the last 10 years is absolutely spoiled by great tools. You were 2 when I started using ZBrush. Yeah, I was, man, you were being conceived when I was planning on going to college. It's one way to think about it. Didn't pick up ZBrush till 2012. I don't really, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything. Look at that bend. Nice-oo. Very nice-oo. I kind of wish I had learned ZBrush when it had all these really awesome tools. I've been working ZBrush. I still use ZBrush like it is an old application. So you'll see me do stuff, and there's people that are like, oh man, fucking giga cringe, bro. Why do you do it that way? And I just turned 37 on the 8th. So I haven't been 37 very long, but so far so good. So far, so good. I'm going to neutralize this arm. Because I have a cool idea. Yeah, I've been doing this stuff for a while. I've been in games since I was 21. I've been doing video games for quite a while. I was also a teacher for a while. I used to teach at the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. I was one of their character modeling teachers, and I taught anatomy and high-level character modeling. Perfect. Looks perfect. As intended. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look away. Okay. I'll just resculpt it. Whatever. None of this matters. Yeah, that's the beauty about using an application for as long as I have. I can have like a full-on conversation with people, and it's not really a big deal because everything that I'm doing is like instinctual at this point. If that makes sense, like all of the tools that I use, all the buttons I have, my interface layout, everything here is, yeah, it's all basically muscle memory at this point. So there's no real like, oh no, I have to stop and like contemplate for a moment. That's why I wouldn't switch over to Blender. I intend to learn Blender, but not for sculpting. I think Blender's a fine sculpting program. It's just not for me, so. Okay. Let's clean up some of this. I like Blender because I don't have to pay to use it. And I've been using Maya for a very long time. I've been using Maya for like 23 years or something like that. I started using Maya when I was a teen. Move this over. Boyo, have a good rest of your day. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. Hope to see you again. Have a good rest of your day, though. We have to readjust her. The thing is you would think that her elbow would be back like this, but it actually wouldn't. Demi, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in to talk hot dogs. I'll catch you later. Her elbow would actually be down. Because of the angle. I think what I'm going to do is actually split these. Because what I want to do is instead of editing this, the base mesh of her torso, I want to roll her arms back. So I want to keep a pair of the original arms. So this is kind of how I work. Like, yeah, I could save, but nah. I just duplicate subtools and then I roll back. There we go.
There's an old Chinese saying, wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission?
True, Mei-Ling. True. Now would be a good time. Done and done. Thank you, Mei-Ling.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Alright, we do a slurp. Everybody else take a slurp. It's easy to get caught up in all the booba action and forget to drink. Okay, so now what I can do is I can use this chunk of her arm to basically make up for the missing or edits I need to make to the torso. Remember, deltoid is long. We'll edit the actual torso later, but we're trying to do a lot of the what I would call like discovery work right now. And I'm going to put a lot of curvature. I'm going to do this kind of stuff. I'm going to pull down on her muscles and add that soft flow with her body. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. That's why I'm banging some of these portions of the mesh around a little bit. Again, the hands, I'm going to duplicate them. Turn off the old ones. And then I'm going to split the parts. Symmetry. Man, everybody raided right when I was wrapping up my insane rambling conversation about foods around the world. Probably for the best. Imagine if the raid had happened and we were full Captain Merc mode. It's just all these people show up and they cringe and fly away. And no clue what the hell's going on. Nor any patience to stick around and see it through. Those people probably don't have any clue what's going on with the Mario Party shit. Thank you, Vic. Now they do. True. Might have to make a new hand shape. I don't really want to, though. We're in the corner for now. At least until we're nuked from orbit. Someone gets angry. We'll do a little clip curve. Yeah, I wouldn't blame them if they still didn't know what was going on, to be fair. Do a little bit. Probably. Yeah, but that's half the fun, Monka. You just kind of get to enjoy the magic as it happens. You just get to see Booba kind of manifest from nothing, you know? You get to see the magic happen. I like to think of it as like a magic show. You don't really need to know what's going on. It can just be cool. Hey, another raid. This time I'm not muted. Axel Truth with 15. Axel. Hope the raid, or the stream was awesome. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. I am colloquially known as the Boob Magician. But you can call me Merc. Boobs! Yeah, around here we like to say Booba forever. What's happening, Axel? If you don't know who I am MercurialForge. You can call me Moot. You can call me anything you want, really. I don't care. But I go by Merc. And I make miniatures, garage kits, figurines, and I've worked in video games for about 20 years now. So I'm a professional game artist, and I have been for quite a while. So this is a ZBrush safe space. If you have ZBrush questions, or you want some feedback on your work, you're welcome to hang out, share it, and just to push the subscriberiness. If you subscribe with Prime, it's free if you have a Prime hooked up. But we do secret streams on Discord where, we kind of tap into the real content, the stuff you can't show on Twitch. And I go further into detail on sculpting all the fun stuff. But don't tell Twitch. What's up, Softest Beans? Welcome. Welcome. Strawberry Tokyo. Welcome. That's a cute emote. I like it. Hell yeah. Nothing like an all-night ZBrush sesh. Yeah, it gets fuego in here. It gets fuego. I try to not get nuked from orbit by Twitch, but I know what I like to make, and I gotta do what I gotta do, you know? You've got to make what your heart tells you to make. Nah, we'll be fine. Ladies with large heart. So true. 69 viewers. Nice, Sue. Yeah. I used to be a teacher as well. I used to teach at the Academy of Art San Francisco. And I taught anatomy and character modeling. I've done a lot of stuff. And, boo! Get out of here, 70 guy. No, don't. You can stay. And if you're interested in stupid shit, we're doing a marathon. You went to the Art Institute. Hey, so did I. I actually graduated from the Art Institute and ended up working at the Academy much later in my career. Yeah. I graduated in 2008. We were married in 2009. I graduated in 2008. Yeah, I graduated in 2008 from the Art Institute. So welcome, fellow Art Instituter. If you want me to go down the teaching rabbit hole, let me put on the hat here. If you want me to go down the teaching rabbit hole, I can go down the teaching rabbit hole, but I would say the Academy was better for a couple of reasons. But I would mention that the Academy was also a scam, and it also suffered from many of the educational drains on teachers that you end up with in a school. Lots of red tape, lots of decade-old curriculums that I had to follow while the students weren't learning Substance Painter when they should have been.
You're done talking, bub. Vibes only from here on out.
Too early, Monka. You didn't ruin it, Twilight Everfox. You're good. You a homie. Everybody in chat's a homie now. You're all officially homies. See? R2 agrees. R2 agrees.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Time for a hydrate. Killer Sanchez, welcome in.
listen to what Lo Ji said. Wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission?
Maybe. Fine mailing. I save. Lightwave, huh? Make a little sword for her. I liked the academy and some of the courses I got to teach. I got to teach a live anatomy session. What's the best way to describe it? You ever been to a life drawing class? They have nude models and things like that. Well, I taught anatomy sculpting with live models. So that was my primary class. I taught anatomy through live model sculpting in class demos. So we did live demos of live models and we sculpted them in real time. And yeah, it was awesome. It was really cool. But you know, and I got to write the curriculum and the course for all of that. I got to go through all the details. This is actually a really big sword. This is way too big. It should be more like that. And then I got to work with students and teaching them about anatomy and stuff like that. It was really cool. It was very cool. I really enjoy teaching. But, the system isn't built to support teachers that have actual experience. I know that sounds bad, but it's just the truth. Yeah. Having gone to art school and then became an art school teacher, I made it one of my goals that I worked very hard for my students. I worked very hard for all of them. I gave all of my students video lecture feedback on their homework for every assignment. I did it every week. It was not required of me, but I did it anyways because these kids were paying exorbitant sums of money to go to school here, and I believed that if I was going to participate in basically the extraction of money from their wallets and their future, that they deserved the type of attention that I wish I had gotten in school. That's why I tell, you can ask anybody in here, but I know people like Vic will vouch for me, and Chicky Nuggy will vouch for me. I do that stuff on stream all the time. People come in, and basically we do feedback nights, and I do regular feedback for subscribers. People subscribe, they hang out, we have a Discord, we chill, we chat, people post their work, they give feedback, I give feedback, they ask questions, I help. I do all the teaching stuff that I wanted to do, but was basically locked out of doing because the system is not built for good teachers. It's built for profit. Yeah, normally, thank you for the follows, everyone who's been following. Much appreciated. I don't typically call out follows because I like that some people like to lurk, but I just want to throw it out there. Thank you for all the follows. Such a tiny sword. I was told, yeah, Strawberry, I was told many times by students that they were very grateful. I actually still remain in contact with a couple students, and those students are contacts that were good quality students, and I work with them. I have offered them work from my end to help me on projects to work with me. Do I have any online courses for anatomy? No, but that is a no with an asterisk. I will have a course coming up later this year. I will have a course that you can buy, and it will be sort of anatomy, structure, character, modeling, sculpting course. And that'll be something that you can just buy outright. And then I'm actually in the process of putting together a full, like 7 to 8 week course that people will be able to sign up for. And I will have lecture videos for you every week. And then we'll all meet in a collective of like 12 or 14 people. And I will give feedback on everyone's models. Everyone can ask questions. Hey, what is this muscle? How does this part of the body work? Can you help me sculpt this? What is your process for sculpting out this type of anatomy or structure? And it's going to be completely open to anyone that wants to sculpt anything. So if you want to come into my class and you say, I want to sculpt ladies with huge boobs, I will teach you everything you need to know. I want to sculpt big asses. I want to sculpt characters with gorgeous hands. I want to know how to model in fingernails on all my characters. I want to know how to make the sexiest faces. What do I need to know? What are the processes? That's all the stuff that I want to cover, because that's the stuff no one talks about. That's the stuff everyone is too shy to talk about. They're too shy to admit that it's something that they like sculpting or that they want to sculpt. And I'm not. I don't care. I have no shame when it comes to that kind of stuff because I don't feel ashamed. That stuff doesn't make me uncomfortable. It's why I like making art. That stuff isn't professional? Let me pose this a little bit. Yeah, please, whether you hang out in the stream with us or not, definitely give a follow on my socials, specifically my Twitter. I haven't been super active on Twitter the last few weeks because I was on vacation in Japan, but I'm back now, and I'm back to work on all the good shit, all the real content. And if at the very least you want to keep up to date with those kinds of courses and lectures, follow my Twitter. You will see my art. You'll see when I post about that kind of stuff. If you get paid for something, that makes you a professional. To some extent, yeah. How did I like Japan? It was my second time in Japan, and I loved it, and I'm already excited for my third time to go back. Japan is fantastic. I love Japan. Is it true they're fencing off places? I was in Tokyo and I was in Kyoto, and I was even in like the Gion district or Old Kyoto during my trip, and I didn't see any places fenced off because of tourists. I didn't see any of that. I'm not going to say it's not happening, but I would say that I believe that there is a lot of like hyperbolic fear-mongering about like tourism and tourists and all that kind of stuff. It was busy, but it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't any more busy than, say, you know, San Francisco, which is a city I also used to live in, and is always full of tourists. But yeah, if you're a ZBrusher or an artist and you want to talk about anatomy, and again, Twilight, you mentioned you want to do all that for drawing first. I've actually been a 2D artist for a huge portion of my life. I actually do and have done, and specifically have a pretty large following on a 2D not safe for work account. I don't talk about it here, and I won't mention it here. If you know, you know. But if you're interested in like 2D draw overs and anatomy and stuff, I do all that stuff as well. I've been drawing for just as long. Yeah, Nuggy knows. There's a couple homies in here who know. Couple homies who know. I want to do like the drapery thing here. Found it on accident. Or was everything planned? Was it all planned? It wasn't. Fucking ad breaks. I wish I could figure out how to snooze stuff properly. But yeah. What did the piece of bread say to the knife? Butter me up! Do we blast him, chat? Do we blast Fossa for that one? Squid, welcome in. Hope you were having a wonderful day.
Listen to what Lo Ji said. Wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission?
Okay, Mailing. I'll do it. Yeah, we blast. Blast him.
I'll take it from here, babe. That's just a warning, bub. The next one won't miss.
Got him. Alright, we derobe. Hat off. We're not talking about insane teaching politics. Dreamless! What's up, Dreamless? Welcome in. I'm gonna set direction. Drop it. Wait till you see me time somebody out. Or ban them. I like banning people. Hey mods, somebody ban Wario. No Wario's allowed. And then unban him because, you know, technically he hasn't done anything wrong yet.
You just had to run your mouth, didn't you, babe? Well, now I gotta handle this the kendo way. All you had to do was cut the shit and behave like a normal person. But no, you had to push the limits. Well, you got what you asked for.
Got him. Kendo's the G. Kendo's the real mod. Thanks, Vic. I'll have to steal your credit. Sorry to go back to the art school convo, but I wanted to say that my course is only 2 years, and the amount of time we have to learn stuff is crazy, or the time teachers have to teach stuff. Yeah, we did an accelerated 3-year course at the academy. Not the academy. The academy was 4 years. The Art Institute was 3 years. And yeah, it was... You were rushed through the system. So I feel you on that. But here's the kicker. The cost of going to the Art Academy when I was teaching there was $5,000 a class. And I want to say it was 4 classes a semester times 4 years. So 2 semesters in a year. So that's 8 classes every year for 4 years. That's 32 classes you had to take at $5,000 a pop. That's $160,000 to go to that school. So you can probably understand why when I was teaching there, I felt insanely responsible for these kids learning things. I'll tell you a horror story. You want to hear a horror story? Got to the horror story right now. Suit up, boys. Hats on. All right, I'm going to tell you a teaching horror story. I actually told my wife this one the other day. She has to relive these moments every now and then. It was day 1. I'll give you the scenario. Here's the scenario. Here's the setup. I'm in class, character modeling class. You use ZBrush, you use Maya. We're going to go into ZBrush. We're going to sculpt. We're going to low poly. We're going to texture. The whole 9 yards. Day 1, class 1, minute 1. I'm explaining to my students my method. Okay? I'll walk you through the lecture real fast. Watch. Peep this. Okay? I'll show you how far I got before I was disappointed by the system. Action. All right, class. I'm going to explain to you my method for sculpting in ZBrush. And I'm going to explain to you how I use scale and why it's important. I start with a sphere, because a sphere for me is always the default size of a character's head. And this creates a relationship between all the assets I make, as well as all the tools in ZBrush. So the first thing I want you to do is set your Dynamesh to 8 and hit Dynamesh. Kid raises their hand. Yes, you in the back. What's Dynamesh? I'm sorry. There's a prerequisite to be in this class, and it's that you take the Introduction to ZBrush class. So if you haven't taken that, you really shouldn't be in this class. And a bunch of the kids in the class, they raise their hands and they say, oh, no, we've taken it. And I say, and you don't know what ZBrush is. You don't know what Dynamesh is. Hey, what's up, Sleepy Mushroom? And they say, no, what? We don't know. They didn't. We had an instructor, and he said, never use Dynamesh. Dynamesh is bad. And I'm like reeling from this information that I've just received from one of my students. Day 1, class 1, I am 1 minute into the lecture, and already are my students screwed. Because another teacher who has outdated ideas of whether or not a tool should be used has passed on bogus information to a load of students who are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for this education, and they're getting information that is dead fucking wrong out of the gate. It's horrible, dude. That is what it's like to teach. I have many, many more horror stories. Horror stories for me, horror stories for students. I'll give you another one real quick. I'll give you another really fast one. I had a student come up to me. I'm teaching a master class, okay? A master's class for character modeling. I'm teaching it. It's called Hero, Characters, and Props. This is a master class. I want to express that. I'm teaching this class, and a student comes up to me. This is a master's student. A student comes up to me and says, I see that you model characters in A pose. And I say, yes, I model a character in A pose. Most of the time, I model them in A pose. If you're not immediately familiar with A pose, it basically means arms at 45, right? Like that, okay? T pose, on the other hand, straight out. We all know what the T pose is. It's got the meme. I say, yes. Yeah, I do use A pose. And they say, I have a teacher who said that you should only ever use T pose, never any other kind of pose. And they said, is that true? And I had to tell the student first of all, if anyone ever tells you there's only one perfect, legitimate way to do anything, they're probably wrong. They're probably wrong. There's multiple ways to do things. Some are better than others. But your teacher telling you only ever use T-pose, they're wrong. And I want you to go back into class and I want you to tell them that I said that they're wrong, and that if they have a problem with that, they can come to my class and we can discuss it. Because I've been working in the industry for like 17 years now, and I have a real job actually making models for real games right now. This, by the way, I was teaching while I was working on Spyro the Reignited Trilogy. So I was actually employed and working in the industry while I was teaching. I was doing both at the same time. And these teachers are in here telling these students, no, don't do this. Never do this. And I'm like, you have no experience and no knowledge, and you're teaching these kids terrible fucking habits, and you're teaching them on what I can only describe is this like this mystery box, this superstition driven modeling idea, and I hate it. I can't stand it. It drives me crazy. It drives me insane to see this kind of stuff happening. Yeah, it was bad. I'll give you one final story. This is how bad it was. This is the sad part. This is why I say that all art schools, I'll tell you one thing. All right. This is what I live by. I live by this quote. Everything is a scam. Okay? That's a way of life for me. I just believe everything is a scam. I'm never disappointed either, because it turns out there's a lot of freaking scams out there, and every now and then I go ape shit and start ranting about them. I actually want to do this one instead. Okay. You're scamming right now. Dude, I'm scamming right now, bro. Okay. Here is the kicker. Class is over. I just taught another master class. Okay. Class is over. And right across the street in San Francisco, right across the street from the school I was teaching in, is a art store. And I make art, obviously. And I go into the art store to look for some pencils or paper or kneaded erasers or whatever I need. I'm going to go home and make art and do stuff like that. I'm in the art store, and I'm an art store lounger. I like to go in and spend a lot of time looking around, to my wife's chagrin. But I like to peruse stationery and art supplies. And I see a student. She comes up to me. And she says, "Hey, can I ask you for something?" And I'm like, "Sure, what's up?" And she says, "Could I ask you for feedback on some of my homework?" And I say, "Yeah, you're in my class. Absolutely. This is the least I could do." And she says, "No, it's actually homework for a different class." And I said, "Well, sure, yeah, I'd be more than happy to look at homework from any of your classes. I mean, that's what I'm here for. That's what you're paying for, is for me to be able to guide you." And she elaborates further, and she says, "I have a drawing class, and my teacher shows up, and he doesn't give feedback to any of the students. He shows up, he does the demo for drawing, and then he just sits around and does his own drawings and draws for himself, and occasionally walks around the class and offers a little help. But he never gives feedback. He doesn't really review anyone's work." And I was blown away.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Leon. I'm back in my element. I'm story timing. Yeah, that's a true story. It turned out that this guy was just showing up to class, and he wasn't doing any teaching, one could call it. And it's one of those things where I'm perpetually baffled every time I relive that story. And I know she wasn't lying, because I had mentioned it to some other students in confidence, some students that I had a really good rapport with. Those students that I still have on my Discord, that I still talk to, and that I still offer work to when I need help with work, because they're good, reliable contacts. And they both independently, during separate conversations, said, "Oh yeah, that's how he teaches." Absolutely insane. Yeah, how are they supposed to learn? How's anybody supposed to learn in a situation like that? I ran into so many situations like that. I ran into so many situations where I was just dumbfounded that this is how the system was working. Yeah, and on top of it, you're paying $160,000 for your education. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I don't know. I don't know what to think, you know? It's just one of those situations where I was there. I taught for 2 years, I think, maybe a little longer. Maybe a little longer. And yeah, then I left
Like Shakespeare said, wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission?
True, mailing. Thank you. We do a save. And we slurp. Take a drink of water if you got it. All right, Green Dog is doing pretty good. Mario Party, look at that. 5 stars, 80, 90 coins. DK coming in third. This is a close one. You got into culinary? I love cooking. We had a whole insane ranting discussion about cooking before all the raids happened. Merc, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? Depends. Depends. Hey, what's up, Chaos? My night is going well. I hope yours is going good. You did a slurp? Congratulations. You're hydrated. I'm reading a book. I have all the books in the series. I need to get back on it, but it's like a retelling of the King Arthur story. The Singing Sword? Chronicles of the Singing Sword? No. It's right behind me. Well, the first book is called Skystone. It's about the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of England and Camelot and all that stuff. He's reaching for the tome! The Camelot Chronicles, yeah. I was talking to my wife about King Arthur and stuff, and she was like, I read this when I was younger, you should read this. I was like, okay. So I have all the books. I just need to I got through the first one and I really enjoyed it, and I haven't had a chance to pick up the rest, but I am excited. So yes. I think about Rome when I think about the Camelot Chronicles. You know what would look cool? We can do this. Watch. Oh, you've read it? Hell yeah. Yeah, Twilight. I love to cook as well. I'm a huge proponent that everyone should know how to cook. Cooking very quickly changes your life. I believe strongly it is a change for the positive for everyone that learns to cook for themselves. You will eat better. You will feel better. You will be in control. No chicken on pasta. Your Italian heart can't take it. I'm gonna be super ignorant here and just be like, no chicken on pasta? Is that like a faux pas? I love cooking. That's like my wife was telling me the other day. She was saying that she thinks baking is kind of like my mental meditation. I love to bake. It's something I did with my mom, something I did with my grandmother. Yes, I got you. You can follow those instructions there, Strawberry. You basically just connect your Twitch to your Discord account, and then it will show you the subs and servers that you can join. And you're welcome to join up, and you're a homie for life. Bez, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and listening to me rant and tell insane stories. That's kind of my thing. I do that a lot. Oh, Gamba's ending. Hold on. You don't want to miss the end of this. You're welcome, Strawberry. If you struggle with it at all, just let me know. We'll sort it out. All right. It's Green Dog and Dong versus Green Mario and Peach. It's looking pretty good for Gray Clay. Yeah, hope to see you again. Have a good night. Ooh, it's a Yoshi win! That's what we like to see, boys. That's a win for Gray Clay. Hope your volume wasn't too loud. Alright, we'll do a run back. We'll do a run back for everyone that's recently joined us. The drought is over! Look at those Yoshis, dude. I love in Mario Party 1 that the loser just gets bullied. Like, if you come in dead last, you just get bullied. You are the superstar. They're talking to you. Specifically you. Agreed, R2. What a game. Alright, friends. Here's how we roll. If you're a ZBrusher, I'm sure you're familiar with red wax. The most disgusting material ever created by mankind. Hey, what's up, Ian? Welcome in. Just in time for another Gamba.
Are you crazy?
Not all the time. Depends. Depends. Leon's always coming after me personally. But yeah, if you're a Gray Clay fan, boy, have I got the Gamba for you. Okay, I completed the prediction by hand. Congratulations, everyone who gambled. So here's how we roll. We run a little Gamba. That's what the Mario Party is in the bottom corner. All right, just to reiterate, this is how it works. Characters on the top row, turn 1 and turn 2, they play for Gray Clay. Characters on the bottom row, turn 2, turn 3 and 4, or roll order 3 and 4, they play for Red Wax. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, we have GC for Gray Clay with 51 wins, and we have 47 wins for Red Wax. That's what the screen is over here. You can see the detailed stats. The Red Wax Syndicate and the Gray Clay Collective. All right. So basically, you just get to gamble all your coins. Like this. You get to gamble all your coins on which Mario Party team is going to come in first. Who's going to get the superstar? We do this with Mario Party mainly, but we'll be branching out in future. We'll be doing some Mario Kart. We do community nights where we get together with the community. And community members join us and we play on teams. So normally we do Mario Party 1 and Mario Party 2 because we found out as a community that Mario Party 3 cheats and favors the bottom right character. The character in turn 4 almost always wins. Almost always. So we don't play Mario Party 3 anymore because it's a cheating game. We'll put Wario in. Yosh. Peach. Look at the dong on board. We'll do a normal game. Do this map because I don't like it. So if you're also a subscriber and you're in the community, I'll do like a 35. I'm down to clown. I'm having fun. So if you're a subscriber and you're a member of the community, you can join us for like cool, fun game nights. Usually it's on a Saturday. But next Saturday, we're going to play some Mario Kart, and we're going to get a bunch of people on Switch, and we're going to all Mario Kart together in like a tournament, and we'll see who's the best. And you'll get to drive for your respective team. Oh, nice! The power couple, Peach and Donkey Kong for Gray Clay. And we got Wario and Yoshi for Red Wax. And then, as mentioned before, if you're a Metal Gear Giga nerd, then get ready. We're doing a marathon. I'm going to play Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 with the possibility of playing Metal Gear 1 and 2 for the MSX starting June 30th. And we are going to talk about all the nerd lore, but we're also going to talk about all the game design and game development and all the stuff that goes into game dev for games like that. We'll talk about the mechanics, we'll talk about processing, we'll talk about what it's like to work on games with such heavy limitations. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to fix her. I'm going to change her hairstyle. And yeah, it's just going to be a lot of fun, and we'll have some incentives in play. And if we reach certain incentives, I will play Metal Gear Solid 2 on a harder difficulty than normal. And if we reach an incentive during Metal Gear Solid 2, I will play Metal Gear Solid 3 on European Extreme, the hardest possible mode, where getting seen is an instant game over. And we will complete each game. We'll do full cutscenes. We'll watch all the story. We'll chat. We'll have a good time. And it will possibly take many, many hours. And, you know, every now and then it's good to just take a nice little break from art. I don't want to burn out, so I always schedule a little bit of downtime or fun time. But most of the time, you will find me sculpting. Or, like I mentioned during some of the earlier raids, I also work on miniatures and garage kits, which I showed off some of my miniatures and prints earlier in the week. I have 2 new miniatures I got printed up that I'm prototyping, and my garage kit. Is Wario already dunking a star? No way. Or is the star just super close? I hate this board, to be fair. He passed it. Oh, okay, he ran past it. Classic Wario. Don't like that. Space Station 13? I haven't thought about that game in forever. If y'all know of any, like, computer-controlled games that kind of like... They don't have to be Mario Party. But any game that you can think of that I can kind of just run in the background and we can gamble on, that's kind of our jam. There's a betting Mugen site. The hell is that, Nuggy? What are you talking about? You have to remember I'm old. I want to get the silhouette right. I gotta do this first. Hold on. I see, I see. Yeah, I'd like to find other things to introduce into the Gamba sphere that we got going. There's talk in the future as well of incorporating the community as well. So having community members participate and play for their side. And then we would restream and we'd bet on the community. Yeah, she dummy thick. Would you have it any other way? The answer is no. The answer is no. Wait, why is expand on? Yeah, this is new to me. She is kind of dummy thick, though. Damn. It's a little better. Yeah, you're probably right. Slim thick is probably the more accurate. I gotta turn the boob off for a second. Is her ass really that big? Kinda. Feels a lot bigger when you put a cloth over it. I think it's because the cloth is all sucked in right there. Okay. Ever bet on Dragon Ball? Except for the other rule, always bet on Dragon Ball. I mean, you can't argue with those rules. What if we do... Watch this, watch this. Really didn't. I'm gonna move this up. I'm gonna add some edge loopies. Because this really needs a little more definition. Like that. Whoa, that is really thick. Oh, Mugen the fighting game. Oh my god, okay. I'm catching up. Yeah, that's true. And you can create your own characters and enter them in to the engine. It's more of a moddable game, in my opinion. But yeah. Details aside, yeah. Okay, I'm on the same page now. Why is this? There we go. That's pretty cool, actually. I can get behind that. I'm just gonna mask this. This is stupid. Something super nerdy that I want to do is I know that with Final Fantasy Tactics, you can create automated battles. And it can randomly generate teams, and then those teams can fight. Don't forget to bet your coins if you have any coins to bet. The Gamba's still running. But yeah, I was thinking about like a Final Fantasy Tactics one, but that's like super nerdy. That might be like a Merc only nerd thing. I'm a huge Tactics fan. Yeah, I want to create an angle so it's visually more interesting. Let me turn on double. But yeah, we could look into that. The thing is anything that requires more effort than turning on Mario Party and then walking away, would require some moderator help, I think. I might need someone else to watch them. Anything that requires more of an active participation from the outcome, because I can just look over and be like, okay, Peach, Donkey Kong, they're playing for Grey Clay. If one of them doesn't win, it's a red wax. It's a red wax kind of evening. So if we were going to do something like that, I would need someone who's kind of paying attention that can manage, like, oh, we're doing best of 5 or something like that. And then, or, you know, 3 out of 5 or whatever. And then I would start the Gamba, or I would set up commands so that the moderators could start the Gamba. That kind of stuff. Which I don't mind doing. Oh, AI Smash Bros is actually a good idea. I do have Smash Bros. And we could set everyone to CPU and put them on, like... We could give them a bunch of stocks so that the matches last a while. Actually, that's a really good idea. It's a good idea. We could do that for sure. Ooh, put it on time instead of stock. Huge brain coming out. Giant IQ in play in chat right here. Yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea. I think this could be fun. Yeah, we can do some Smash. I don't know if I have Smash downloaded on my Switch, but I can definitely set up some AI-based stock matches or AI-based time matches. And we could either do like 2v2s, or we could set them up where like we set them on teams, 4 versus 4. And we just let them go absolutely bananas.
In 2291, in an attempt to control violence among deep space miners, the new Earth government legalized no-holds-barred fighting. The Andrew Mining Corporation...
Yeah, I do like that. Like, maybe what we do is we could do,
A resubscription. Wow! Welcome back to the Merc Shop, bub.
Dropping by to say hi, but I'm about to go to bed. How's this statue going?
It's going good, Vital. Thank you for dropping in and saying hello. I hope you sleep well tonight. But, yeah, thank you for the resubscription. Tier 1 for 4,000 years. What a legend. Yeah, it's going good. I'm kind of playing with some ideas here. It's sort of a mishmash between 2 or 3 ideas. I'm playing through some logic here. But long story short, I'm thinking Morgan Le Fay kind of thing. Sort of an Arthurian thing. We were talking about Camelot and other stuff like that. That's kind of the vibe I was going with this one. Kind of blocking it out. I'm thinking add some other details to it. You know, I might... kick her leg out like that. I might do like a belt or something with some danglies on it. Something like that. Maybe some kind of dagger. Some sort of obsidian dagger. That would cause of course, the very nice side slit drapery. And then I might give her some more wild hair. And then I was working on like a shawl piece as well. Yeah, I kind of saw this. I kind of saw the Statue of Liberty thing too. But I think I like the concept, but I want to rework it. So I'm thinking straighten this arm out maybe. And maybe she's got her hand on the dagger. Something like that. Give her a slight tilt so she's looking in the other direction. Or off to the side. Or maybe just straight ahead to really create this like big striking pose. She's kind of a blend between like anime, mermaid kind of vibe. And then I was branching it out. Usually I don't make bases, but I would probably make a mock base or like an idea base. So I might do some earthen things with like a tablet or something behind her, like this. I might say like Uther Pendragon or some shit like that. I don't know. Kind of like you can print the base if you want it, or you can just not print it. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Put the wrinkles down here on her skirt. Maybe a crown? I like the idea of like a broken Camelot. Like she was actually victorious, and this is supposed to be like Excalibur that got shattered. I have two rules that I stand by with any art that I create or any statues that I create. This is going to sound weird, but if you know anything about like modern Western miniatures or figurines for painting, I stand by no decapitated heads and no skulls, or at least using skulls in an appropriate place. And there are so many times when you see a cool mesh or a cool model, and it's like, oh, we have this sexy girl with like a big sword or a big axe, and in her other hand, she's holding a decapitated head. Or, this is a cool character, and now she's got like 5 or 6 skulls on her somewhere, and it's like, this is so boring. To me, it just feels like lazy, like, oh, what do we do here? Who cares? I'm immune. I'm immune to it. You can try. leg out like that. Probably just throw a placeholder leg in. No strong feelings. That's totally understandable. It's just a weird pet peeve. It's just a weird pet peeve of mine.
Like Shakespeare said, wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission?
It's true, he did say that. He did say that. Alright, I'll save. Good point. We'll do a proper save. We'll do a full and complete tool save. Not just a quick save, which is usually what I do. I usually only do quick saves. Because I love living on the edge. But, I'll do a proper one. But yeah, I just keep running into figures that I think are cool. I was literally in the hobby shop with my wife like a couple weeks ago, and we were looking around at miniatures and figures, and I was like, I want to pick one or two that I think is cool, just so I have some stuff to play with and practice on and work with. So that sounds like really, really fun. I love looking at other artists' work, and I picked up one, and I was like, whoa, this one looks cool. And then I looked closer at the box, and I was like, damn it, they did it again. They did it again. It's another pretty woman in a badass situation holding a decapitated head. It's like, enough of this, dude. Like, enough. Why is that always the go-to? Let her have another sword. Let her hold a shield. Let her just have her fist. Why? Does Morgan Le Fay overlap with the Scottish tribal war paint stuff? I mean, we can do whatever, right? This is fantasy. We can make it whatever we want. I like to, if I make things, or when I think about painting, what I like to do is I'll draw yellow. So there's going to be the yellow area, right? And then there'll be the leg. Right. And then the pink area, this will be the more complex. So the way I think about it is I want people to have defined areas where like things are decided for you as an artist. So the sword will be decided, you know, like the hilt will have wraps on it, and maybe it'll have like a handle that maybe looks like bone or something like that, or whatever, like she's converted the sword, or she's done things like that. Or maybe it'll be a really nice big sort of round pommel with like the Pendragon dragon logo on it or something like that, to show that it's a broken Excalibur, to kind of tell the story. But then the yellow elements are where people can play, where artists can play. So I might do some cloth. I might do like a shawl element over here that kind of hangs down. But this space in here, this is where people really get to have fun. So you can paint tribal tattoos. You can paint, like ivy growing up her legs. You could paint whatever you want, and you can really kind of customize the figure. That would be the whole point of leaving it. You could paint over her chest too. That's another thing. So if you wanted to, you could paint on top of it. Of course, a classic is like, I already did a model like this a long time ago, but you add the handprint. Right? You add like the war paint handprint on the booba. It's kind of a classic that never goes out of style. Add a little war paint here. Maybe some kind of eagle. And then you have like a little tattoo around the waist. One around the arm. Stuff like that. That's what I love, is when figures really let you play. Because if a figure is nothing but detail and there's no room for me to play, it's kind of boring. So usually I like to think about like, what area am I giving to the artist to have fun with? And some people don't like that. Some people are like, I want to just put one color on and then put like a wash, like an oil wash on top of it and be done for the rest of my life. It's fine. Yeah, this arm is undecided. It's still in the mermaid pose. So if I do a quick save, see if I can open up the mermaid version. I've been working on this for a while. I can't. That was too long ago. Well, I guess I can just turn it on. I don't know if you were here last night, but it's more like this. Right, this was kind of the original mermaid pose. So she was like, I'm a mermaid, and I had her with like this little towel on, kind of covering herself up. But then we started to just explore more of the original idea that I had, that I wanted to explore. So yeah, I'd like to do like Broken Excalibur, and I would like to do something maybe culturally symbolic. I'm not sure though. I would have to do some research. So I would say I'm ignorant, and that maybe if I wanted to, as like a callback to the books I was reading, the Camelot Chronicles, maybe something vaguely Roman. Right? Like maybe she has a scepter. She's supposed to be like the Dark Magician, the Black Wizardess, that kind of stuff. So I know that in the Roman... Where the hell is my thing? I know that in the Roman times, they had like the eagle. Or whatever. I don't know what an eagle looks like. Just imagine it's an eagle. Something like that. She could have a really decrepit old version of like a staff with an eagle on it, and it's got like maybe a torn bit of cloth coming off of it. That could be cool. Or the cloth is wrapped around. That's like a way more advanced painting thing, but like the cloth is wrapped around the thing. And so now she's got her... She's got her arm down. She'd probably be holding it like that. That's a bit of a weird arc, going from one arm to the other. She could also bring her arm slightly forward and have it crossing her body like that, maybe. There's options there. I'm hoping to put some of these kinds of thingies around her waist. And then we'll have detailed elements of detail inside that people can paint and weather. And they can make them look like wood or stone or metal, stuff like that. But yeah, obviously, I don't want to keep you. You said you were going to go to bed, so, you know, feel free to just leave. But yeah, I'm having fun. I'm just having fun. Good night, Vital. Sleep well. Thanks for dropping in. I'm going to open a file, but I don't know what's in it, so I'm going to turn off ZBrush for just a second. Because I don't want to get blasted here. And I'll be good. Okay. This is a really old... This is actually a character that I started on stream years ago, years and years ago, and I never finished her. Yeah, she's got very long proportions. An anatomy. He has it. I've been hacked. Either that or it's available on my many support sites for download. She, unfortunately, is quite small. Not following my general logic for structure. You're playing with fire, Merc. I'm gonna choose some wind down music. A little chill wind down music. Mario 64 level builder. That sounds pretty rad. Man, if only that came out in 1997 or 8. Because I believe the game came out in 1996. Man, I would have loved that as a kid. As a kid, all this modding, hacking stuff is so cool. All the ROMs for Zelda and stuff like that. All the ROM hacks. Pretty awesome. Pretty jealous, gotta be honest. That's the weird part, is Nintendo shits the bed a lot as a company. But they always cancel remakes But I've noticed that there's a ton of ROM hacks for Zelda. There's a ton of Zelda randomizers, and Nintendo isn't trying to shut those down. Right? That's what's weird to me. They did shut down a lot of Pokemon ROM hacks. Interesting. Was that Nintendo or Pokemon Company? Because Nintendo doesn't own Pokemon. They're an investor, I believe. Both. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't support Nintendo's shithead approach to how they manage their games and their archival games, but some of these entities to cease and desist on are very non-existent, I guess is the best word. Right? Like, if it's just a repository, that's why I think some of them have lasted so long. But I mean, we were talking about this the other night. Like, we live in a world where Sonic is the fandom that people are allowed to make fan games of, and those fan games become legitimate games turned into real Sonic games that people can purchase and are part of the canonical lore of Sonic. Instead of like Nintendo, right? Imagine the timeline where this is what Nintendo is letting people do. And maybe Nintendo is strict about it. They're like, it can't just be anything, right? Sega does it too, with Sonic. They don't just let anything become a canon game. But imagine that world. But we got the timeline where it's fucking Sonic and Sonic OCs. Yeah, I don't see Sega doing anything drastic with Sonic at this point, outside of whatever Sonic team wants to do, as long as Sonic continues to make money. And undeniably, Sonic will continue to make money. Meander is the right word. Meander is definitely the right word. Poor Sonic team. I loved Sonic as a kid, too. There was room in my heart for both Mario and Sonic. Is that Jesus Christ? The Jesus Christ? How often do I practice figure drawing? Every now and then I will do concept sketches and drawings for projects. But I do regularly help people with their 2D stuff. I'm a 2D fan. I've been doing 2D as well as 3D for quite a while. As I mentioned earlier in stream, I used to teach anatomy. College level master class anatomy courses. Yes, Sonic Mania is one of those games that a fan took like, I love Sonic game, I want to make great Sonic game. Makes a better Sonic game. Sonic feels all over the place. And I love it for how cringy it is. I love the cringiness, but yeah, the fact that they run from so many different ideas, and the fact that they've accidentally hit on a few cool core ideas that, like you said, I wish they had just stuck with and had been like, hey, we fucked up this idea, but let's make another version of the game and just improve upon the engine, improve upon the core mechanic, improve upon this. We can make this work. And they don't. It really feels like it's being run by fanfic, when in fact, the fanfic is often more, like, comprehensible. Why is Sonic kissing this girl again? Who are these human beings in my Sonic game? Why are they here? Oh yeah, the Yakuza stuff? Yeah. And they still have room to try new things and succeed. I get the impression that Sonic Team is kind of believing that there is... They have this, misconception that they need to keep trying new things. And that if they found something that really worked and they stuck with it, they would be pigeonholed for the rest of their their time, they'd never be able to do anything different. Sonic spin-off? Like a non-mainline Sonic? I'd have to look that up. A Mario and Sonic. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, that like visual novel Sonic game, I would say is definitely a Sonic game that is a spin-off. Yeah, I had to look it up. I feel like your IP is in dire straits when your April Fool's video game, like, slays, but your actual entries, are not doing so hot. Actually, if I'm going to do feet, I'm going to go all in. Circle with a big toe. I do think it's interesting, if we're talking about Sega, I do think it's interesting that Sega has the Sega Genesis on Nintendo Switch. Growing up in the era of Sega does what Nintendo don't, and then living to see Sega on a bunch of Sega games on a Nintendo console. Lose the hardware war. Man. That's big true. Poor Sega. They did fine, though. They managed. Honestly, they managed better than I thought they would after completely bankrupting themselves. I don't think they bankrupted themselves, but you know what I mean. You've been slowly learning how to draw over the years, physically and intellectually. Broco from YouTube has a lot of useful information. Broco is awesome. I do like his videos. I have seen them. He seems super smart, super talented. Well, I don't really like the word talented. I'd say skilled. He's very skilled. He knows his stuff. I just don't like the word talent. I'm not degrading his abilities. I just think talent is bogus. But he's very good. I'm not going to get into that. It's tough. Tough to say kind of where, without seeing where you are, it's kind of tough to say what to recommend. Ugh, commercial. Sorry, I'll wait. Yeah, we do some chill Stardew tunes every now and then. Can't always be high energy in here, you know? Oh my god, yeah. Microsoft trying to buy Nintendo. That's the cringiest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, that is... I don't know who thought that was a good idea at the Microsoft team. But I honestly, I can imagine no worse company to go to than Nintendo as a giant Western megacorp and offer to buy, like, the biggest, most recognizable Japanese name. I set him to normal too, Squid. So Jesus, yeah, I wanted to wait until the commercial ended so you could hear my thoughts. Without seeing where you are as in your art right now, it's kind of hard to tell, but I can recommend a few things. I recommend these books if you're an artist, if you're a 2D artist, and you want to be better at figure drawing, if you haven't heard of these books. Lejeune, Point Character Drawing by Taco, and Secret Character Drawing. It's 3 books. Point Character Drawing is 2 books in a set. They're in English, by the way. And they have amazing breakdowns for all parts of the body. Hands, fingernails, palms, forearms, arms, shoulders, shoulder girdles, necks, heads, torsos, breasts, hair, body, hips, legs, feet, the works. Everything. The Secret Character Drawing book is probably twice as big as the other 2 books put together. It's not in English, but it's full of so many good little secret drawing tips. It's amazing. It's an amazing book. And if you sit down, I promise you, if you want to be better at drawing, take at least the first set. Sit down and redraw all the provided examples. Study why his drawings look good. Study why they work. Study the details. Take the knowledge from these books into your own head by sitting down and filling a sketchbook with drawings that you draw. You copy. Don't trace them, obviously. Just copy them. Copy them by eye. You will get a lot better. There's so many good breakdowns in those books. I feel this leg is way too long. So what I'm going to do, I'll shorten the whole thing. Yeah, the whole Microsoft Nintendo thing was laughable. Unity, this is a weird one. This is really obscure, and I'm sure none of you will know what the fuck I'm talking about. But there was an old 3D application created by a company called Luxology. And Luxology created a 3D modeling and sculpting application called Modo. If you know Modo, what's up? What did they call them? Modonauts? Luxology knots? Modonauts? I think it was. Like the users. They called themselves Modonauts or something like that. I used Modo for a while. Great tool. I really liked it. Unity, the game engine, Unity, tried to buy Modo. They tried to buy Luxology and Modo to create a modeling to Unity pipeline that was like one-to-one. They wanted to integrate the two so that you could model in Modo, and as you made changes to your mesh in Modo, the changes would dynamically in real time appear in Unity. Obviously, it didn't happen. So the story kind of ends there, but there's your fun fact for the day. Here's another fun fact. I ended up working not for Modo or Luxology, but I worked with Modo and Luxology. And if you ever used Modo and you used Modo's FBX importer or exporter, and they worked properly, you're welcome. Because I was the guy who discovered that there was a problem, and I found out what the problem was and where it was, and I was the guy that got in contact with Modo and got a sort of working partnership with my company that I was at. And together, we finished a working version of the FBX plugin. So yeah, there you go. There's your weird random ass Merc fact for the day. Don't use it anymore because they, like many other 3D applications, sold to a different company, the company that makes Nuke, and they wanted to charge even more than they were already charging, and I already get scammed enough by these money-grubbing, greedy application buyers. I hate it. Be cloth. Cloth move. Do a little recalculate. It's fine. Booba. Sorry, I have my dynamic on. Keeps fucking up the booba, so we can't see it. Welcome in, Gaz. Merc, which do you think is one of the keys to achieving a sensual female figure? Executing it with elegance without falling into something vulgar or graceless? I think it depends. Let me check the turns. I think if we're talking about like the literal definition of sensual being that it's very, it of itself is pleasurable to look at. It is just, it is worth looking at. It is ideal to look at because it is a female figure. I think what makes it sensual is the, vulgar is like rude or tasteless or, basically the opposite of graceful. Like I know graceless is the same, but they work the same. Vulgar is unappealing, yeah, or presented in a way where the content of it is highly unappealing. I would say if we're going by the definition of sensual, then a female figure on its own is sensual, being that looking upon it is a ideal, pleasurable, you see it and you think, this is good because it is female and I like it. And so from my perspective, when I sculpt, when I think about it, I think that there is a natural rhythm to the female figure. And it's a little bit like what we talked about yesterday, but I find that there is the further away you get from a natural or naturalistic or realistic body type, I would say the less sensual something becomes. It's sensual and it's ideal and we like it because we are hardwired, our brains are hardwired to find women attractive. So there's this curve, right? Let's draw it out real fast. So I like curves. So this over here is going to be one thing, this is one thing, and this is one thing. Okay, so this is like this is real or realism, and this is like highly, this is cartoon, right? Or like a children's book or something, very, very simplified. And this is hyper real, right? This is like photographic. Okay. And then this is sensual up at the top here. Okay. Realism here, something cartoonish or very, very cartoon. It gets. So I would say that we're assuming that everything is at maximum power, right? That you're getting the most out of this graph. Nothing is like averaged. We're just going for the maximum. The more you ignore the rules just to get more crude sex appeal out of a figure, the more vulgar it becomes. Exactly. Yeah. So if you think about a cartoon like this, like let's assume that what I'm sculpting here is like, let's assume it's here on the, somewhere between here, right? Right, but if we have a cartoon, if we assume that there's like a cartoon, you can draw a cartoon like this. Okay. There. So this is very crude and rudimentary, but it's taking the elements that we know and it's devolving them into these caricatures of what we know. Okay, so I'm going to roll this back. Oh, you can only roll back so far. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do it. Okay. So the line ends up looking something like this. In my opinion, real women are fantastic. I think they're very beautiful. I think everything there is the way it should be. And I would say that you kind of do something like this. Real women have this highly sensual body. So we're just going to start really high. And I would say the more you try to emulate realism in art, the more awkward it becomes. You can make something hyper real in art, and there's a reason why if you draw a person proportionally, like with realistic proportions on a piece of paper, a lot of people will look at it and think, oh, the legs are too short. And it's because we expect more when we are looking at something that we do not immediately recognize as a real living person. We make assumptions about art that we don't make about real people. So when I look at my wife, I don't make the same assumptions that I make when I look at my sculpts in ZBrush. So there's this weird little valley that kind of occurs like that. It dips down and it gets kind of awkward. And then it comes back up. And this is where a lot of stylized art plays in. And then that quickly kind of drops off like this, in my opinion. I'm not saying that you can't make cartoon art. Like, I think Jessica Rabbit is a sexy character, but I don't think she's super sensual because I don't find the elements of her forms to be very evocative of real elements. They're cartoon. They're drastically exaggerated cartoon versions of what a woman looks like. That doesn't mean you can't look at it and be like, I get it, it's sexy, there's something about it that's erotic, but something that is erotic is not sensual. Those are two different things, right? So that's why I personally feel like, you know, you're playing in this space as an artist where you're making something hyper real and people look at it and they think that looks like a photo. That looks so good, it looks like a photo. That's amazing. Or you're playing over here, where I would say like around here, probably here, about halfway down the line. And this is where most art lies, is somewhere in this space. So in here you could fit like video games. You could fit anime. Wow, I can't spell. You could fit anime. You can fit a lot of like figurines and waifus. And I think what you'll often find in something that you find very sensual is that it is either realistic of what it is depicting in terms of the feminine figure, or it is taking what exists in the feminine figure, which is what I like to believe that I do. It's taking what exists and it's amplifying the elements about it that are characteristically feminine. So I like to push characters' hips. I like to give them hips. I like to add, like we did last night with the iliac crest demo, I like to add like the pelvic bones poking through. I like to add the different muscles of the abs. I like to add the inguinal ligament kind of bulging forward. I like to push the belly out. That's a very feminine trait, and it's very natural. All women have it. Having a super tight, super flat stomach is incredibly unrealistic, and that is one of those cartoonish things that I don't like. I think of a thin waist, I think of large breasts, so I tend to give my characters large breasts because they're feminine features. But I would also argue that if I turn off the breasts entirely and I gave her like a really flat chest, if I gave her something like this, I would argue she still looks incredibly feminine, right? She doesn't even need like nipples or proper anatomy. She still looks incredibly feminine because I'm staying true to rhythms and expectations, and you can look at this and compare it to a real woman and be like, oh wow, that has these elements that I recognize. Thank you, Gaz. That's my jam. Gravity on breasts. That's where it's at. Okay? Let's just all agree. Or you're wrong. Gravity on breasts is the best part. I cannot stand fake breasts. I would never condemn a woman for getting them if that makes her feel better or she feels sexy with them. You do you. If she's had breast cancer and she wants to have breasts again so she can feel feminine, fantastic. But from my perspective, it is not something that I find wholly attractive outright, and I find it even less attractive when people make their bodies sort of this grotesque playground. That's why I find it unattractive. You know why? Let's look at the chart really fast. Okay? Because I find plastic surgery falls in this category somewhere around here. It becomes cartoonish. It takes the expectation of the body and it manipulates it into something that is unrealistic. A caricature of the body, but it doesn't do it the way we do. We are artists, right? We make decisions. We tend to live in this area. Plastic surgery tends to live in this area where it's so far beyond creative artistic decision making that now it is just in grotesque manipulation. It becomes a cruel mockery of what it's supposed to be. And I don't like that. That's why I think that as you get closer to cartoon stuff, not that there's anything wrong with certain cartoon stuff, you can find that attractive. Again, you can find it erotic, but I think you're moving away from sensual. And I think that if we're using the word sensual accurately, that is to look upon something and feel the pleasure of looking at it for the fact that it is what it is, right? Then we look at a woman and you have to kind of fall within this space. Now you'll notice here, I did not dip that yellow line very far. Because I think if you fall in this space and you're creating realistic art, I'm just saying that this is the uncanny valley. This is the area that you can fall into where your stuff starts to look wacky, right? You're so close to being realistic, but you're not sticking the landing. That's why this valley exists, okay? It's just the uncanny valley. That's all it is. Yeah, we doing a little preach. If we're gonna talk like sensual, artistic decisions, we got to go into detail, because a lot of people are just like, make the tits bigger, make the ass bigger, make the waist smaller, done. And it's like, there's actually more thought that goes into it than that. We're not just knuckle dragging apes that show up to the computer and go, oh. I do that, but from a very intellectual standpoint. Okay? I put a lot of thought into my knuckle dragging. I agree, Jesus. I agree. I agree. I think if more artists were allowed to be artists and weren't constantly stonewalled by companies, by belief systems that don't really matter to me. Like, I just make art, right? People can believe whatever they want. You can fight for whatever you want. You can stand for whatever you want. That's fine. But look, if artists are usually directed by non-artists, could not have said that better myself, Gaz. 100%. 100%. Payment processors, they don't like nudity, they don't like titties, because they get lots of chargebacks, and that causes their system and costs them money. They don't like that. They don't want to do it, right? But it's different in different countries, right? Who talked their way into the position. Almost always, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You'll end up with tons of puritanical views, things like that. That shit drives me, it drives me crazy. It drives me, here's the thing. I don't know how far I want to go into this rant, but I will just lay it out on the table. It drives me fucking insane that I am not allowed to show nudity on Twitch in an artistic capacity because a bunch of fucking numbskulls with no brain power took an artistic nudity like acceptance rule and turned it into waggling their penises on camera like fucking imbeciles, and ruined something that could have been educational, it could have been fun, it could have been interesting, it could have been a way to help and teach and do a bunch of great stuff. And we lose that because they're just a bunch of people that cannot fucking control themselves like animals. And it upsets me, but it disturbs me that people behave that way. And who loses? Who loses every time? You and me. Artists. The people... Artists are disposable. expendable, easily replaceable. Whether you believe this is true or not, that's your side of the argument, but you cannot deny that artists are regularly thrown away. They're regularly told what to do by other people. No one gets into making art because they want to make other people's dreams come true. They get into art because they have something that is pulling them, that they're passionate about, that they want to make. Some people want to make bowls of fruit. Some people want to paint sunsets. Some people want to paint big, heavy hangers, okay? We all want to do different things, and all of them are valid. But some of us just get the shaft because I find women attractive. I'm the fucking bad guy. Think about that for a minute, right? People are like, oh man, your art's perverted. And it's like, because I like women? Are you out of your mind? It's like that meme where it's like, oh, girls like dick, so if you like girls, you're gay. It's like, what are you on about? Like, I know that's a meme and it's fucking hilarious to me, but it's lunacy. Then it's like, oh man, this guy must be a pervert. He knows he sculpts boobs with gravity and he puts nipples on them. What a fucking pervert. And it's like, what? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm attracted to women. I don't see the problem. What is this? What is happening right now? And this is real life. We live in this world. Oh, we end Gamba. All right. We end the rant. Sorry.
Do it!
Yeah, only do sex if make human. Okay, I don't feel too good about this one. I don't feel too good about this Gamba. Giga cringe. Yeah. Bro, I don't know what was going on with Yoshi. I don't know what Yoshi was on, dude. I want to see how many stars he got. Scamming, obviously. Yeah, exactly, Jesus. Yeah. I'll go to the inspiration. He had 8 stars, dude. Unreal. Why didn't the stupid sound... Now we're talking, dude. Now we're talking. Whoa. Does he have a big... Is that a big schlong? Did we blur that big schlong? Why, though? Why, though? Is that my man Devil Man? You know, Dong's out for Devil Man. Alright, let's see if we got Super Smashy Bros on here. Do I not have Smush Bros on here? Alright, we re-download. Bro, I can't see anything. What the hell's going on? Anyways, yeah, I could go... Wait, why is it paused? There we go. I could go down my rabbit hole, but without losing my freaking mind, Naisu, now we're talking. Man, I love it. Man, 2D is so fun. You can get away with so much. Man, I want to do like a buff character. I think I need to do like a super buff lady. 1 hour to download? Dude, that's not happening tonight. I think I need to do like a buff lady though. Or I could do a super buff dude. A buff dude is like easy mode. You know what I'm saying? But we can do a super buff lady. But we need to do like a really fit lady too. Let me break this apart. I'm telling you guys, the secret to buff lady is she's got to be buff in the silhouette. It's all about the silhouette. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down to do someone like Marisa. I think they butchered this. I think they butchered the principle. But it's a very Street Fighter look. But I think they have lots of muscle definition on the surface. And again, it's all about the silhouette. It's all about the structure. You want soft rolling shadows on the form, but strong, hard silhouette. I know that sounds like a contradiction. Like, how do you get a strong silhouette without having strong forms in the interiors? But it's literally just all about the read and the shadow. You can do it. Maybe we do like, what's her name? Black Widow? Not the Marvel one. I was gonna say Black Widow from the Capcom game, but also if there's a lot of Black Widow in the Capcom game. I'm talking about, I'm talking about Black Widow from Street Fighter. Technically Slam Masters. Black Widow is technically a super buff-ass wrestling girl. For all my homies that don't know. I believe Black Widow actually broke R. Mika's master's back. I believe that's the lore. Yeah. She's just built like a truck, and she's wearing that classic 80s workout, like thong, two-piece. Here's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the thing is if we're being physically accurate, here she is. If we're being physically accurate, when a woman becomes more muscular, oftentimes in order to display the muscle, right? Let's say you're a female, or let's say we're talking about a woman, and she is a bodybuilder. The way in which you show definitive muscle mass is you lose body fat. The way you lose body fat is you eat a specific calorie diet and you dehydrate yourself. As you dehydrate and as you lose body fat, your muscles become visible. That's how it works, right? So what are breasts made of? This is the freebie question I asked in every class, in every anatomy class. What are breasts made of? We all know they're made of mammary glands, a man's hopes and dreams, bags of sand. Those are all accurate and close. They're made of fat. Exactly, wingman. They're made of fat. So what happens when you lose all your body fat and you dehydrate yourself? You
Merc,
lose
go the fuck to sleep.
No, Snake. No. You lose your breasts. They don't go away. You can get them back, right? If you gain body fat, your body will redistribute the fat into your breasts. But they're made of fat. So, when women get buff, the reason people see them the way we have this image in our mind is that, yeah, women get super buff, their muscles become super visible, their breasts become only the substance of the mammary glands, which when we think about breasts, they're not all mammary glands. It's not just huge amounts of mammary glands. It's lots of fat, it's lots of mammary glands, it's padding, it's pillowy, it's for the baby's face and head, things like that. It can't just be a rib cage. That's why they have tissue and volume, right? There's a really interesting book by an anthropologist. I can't remember his name, but the book is called The Naked Woman. And the focus of the book is looking at the female body from an anthropological perspective about why it is the way it is and what we understand in terms of science about why things are the way they are. Okay. All right, we send her away. Anyways, it's a fascinating book. It talks all about every part of the body, from the fingernails to the hair, to the type of hair, to the uses for it, these kinds of things. She's still in my heart. But actually, I can bring her back really fast. But the point I'm trying to make is that if we look at this image, it's pixelated, obviously, because it's, you know, it's 23 pixels tall or whatever. Probably bigger than that. It's more like 64, maybe. She appears to be feminine. Let's go back to the chart real fast. Okay. If we go back to the chart, she appears to be feminine because she is still landing in this part of the graph. Why is she still landing in this part of the graph and not in this part and not in this cartoonish part? Because she still has a nice, small, compact waist. She still has a nice, feminine face. And she still has breasts. So when we see her, we immediately know she's feminine, and we make an exception for the muscles. But when we think about super muscular women in real life, we often think about what was said, the idea of the Arnold Schwarzenegger style woman, where it's Arnold Schwarzenegger with just sort of a roughly feminine face. Again, the reason that happens is because there's no body fat. That's why I say you can blend the two. You can blend the two together, but you have to be prepared to make exceptions, right? If you have a very ripped character, very strong, lots of muscles in the torso, and you just put breasts on top, it's going to look weird, because what you're telling the viewer is that this character has zero body fat except in their breasts, where they have like nothing but body fat, right? It's like 55, 65% body fat. So it's like, okay, so she managed to lose her body fat everywhere but her boobs. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So this is why you have to start to make decisions about that. This is why I do this. I'm totally running the risk of getting nuked on Twitch, but whatever. This line that runs up into the body, this is because the tissue of the breast runs into the armpit and it runs into the back, depending on the size. The bigger, the more it stretches over, right? The more it stretches over. And in some cases, when there's enough body mass and there's enough weight, you will end up getting these kinds of folds. Not the best looking fold. Let me inflate that a bit. Right? Where the torso... Ooh, that was a weird one. Where the weight... Okay. Messing everything up here, but I'm making an example. Okay, this is why I wish we could just do fucking artistic nudity on Twitch without getting blasted. Here, if you ever are in a room talking to someone who works for Twitch, tell them that artists should be granted access to artistic nudity after proving they are responsible of wielding such power. So I should be able to show nudity, artistic nudity on my channel because I'm not going to fucking abuse it like some kind of animal. Okay? That's all I'm saying. It should be unlocked for people. Yeah, it should be like, oh, you've become an affiliate or you've become a partner. You have access to artistic nudity, but if you abuse the power, it will be removed. No, if you are partnered, you still can't do artistic nudity at all. It's just not allowed at all. It's not allowed at all. But it should be under probation and then an approval period where it's like, yes, you didn't do anything absurd. You're fine. You're not going to do something stupid. Because no one is going to go through the trouble of becoming fully partnered on Twitch just to pull their dick out on camera. Okay? And if they do, it would be revoked. End of fucking story. Anyways, I could rant forever, but yeah. Then like the probationary guidelines. Yep. If I ever have a chance to talk with anyone that works at Twitch, that's what I would tell them. I would say, first of all, you're an idiot for letting that happen to begin with. Second of all, I have the solution. How could you all be so stupid? And then they'll stop talking to me. So obviously you can see what I'm doing here, right? Right? what's happening, what I'm explaining in this instance, is that the tissue, the fat from the breast is pulling on the skin from the back. This wouldn't happen if she had really small breasts. That would not happen. It only happens when they reach a certain size. But the point I'm trying to make in relation to very fit girls, very muscular girls, those kinds of things, is that these features are present. This is happening to her body physically because of the muscle, because of the position, and because of the fat that makes up much of the body. Okay? So that's why we're talking about this. So that's why when I say if you have a physically fit, strong female character, and she is masculine in every way, but you just put big boobs on her, it's going to look terrible. Right? It's going to look terrible. So you have to add fat around. So you have to add a little bit of fat on the sides, on the back. And at that point, you start to just gently soften the muscles across the body. And that's why I say you use more in the silhouette and less in the detailed physical surface. And you can have a really nice, very sensual female body that is very muscular. I just wish that I could teach anatomy. I just wish that I didn't get that I'm not punished for other people's bad behavior, you know? That's all I'm saying. Yes. Yes. Keep things defined in the silhouette. Keep your silhouette strong. Keep your silhouette sharp. But on the surface, on the running surface, keep things very smooth, very clean, very elegant. You can get away, and you can get away with the booba too, but you just have to do something believable, right? Right? Just remember the curve, right? Remember the graph here. Remember the graph. It has to be believably realistic without getting too cartoonish. And if you have a character that has huge tits and is as buff as the fucking day could possibly be, it makes Arnold Schwarzenegger look like a baby, it's going to look cartoonish. So you have to sort of drag that back into scope. you can see that I'm doing my best to define, just in the silhouette. Just in the silhouette, I'm trying to define elements about the body. And I'm doing it all very much in my Dynamesh phase because I want to solve a lot of these problems. Have a good night, Squid. Thanks for hanging out. Always glad to see you. Have a good one. But if I wanted this girl to be more physically fit, right? I would start to maximize the shapes of the muscles. And then if I roll back, you can see how I can make the silhouette seem much stronger. And her arm feels stronger. And of course, the muscles are askew in alignment at this point. But I'm going to do some quick measurements here. Mainly because I want to make sure that... Again, I feel like her legs are too long, but now I need to just ensure that I... I know she's on her tippy toes, but she should probably have one head. She should probably have one foot planted on the ground and then have her other foot out and pointed. You having a block? Hey, did you get your shirt, by the way? Did that fucking thing show up? Are you a muscle girl now? Nope. What the fuck? All right. Sunday. That's right. That's probably why. I forgot they don't deliver on Sunday. Let me check. Yeah, your shirt is still in the Sacramento Distribution Center. So yeah, it probably won't arrive until... I'm going to check on this tomorrow, though. All right, let me turn off her skirt real fast. You're gonna look weird. She's 1, 2, 3, 3.5. That's fine. And then she's 1, 2, 3. She's like 4 heads tall in the legs. That's why. Her legs are really tall. Too tall for my personal taste. So if I do this, and then I measure down, then I measure down. Yeah, they're just a touch. They're just a touch too long. It sucks. Okay, I get it now. Hell yeah. It depends. The average academic proportion character is about 7.5 heads tall. But that is not the proportions of a realistic human. That's kind of what we idealize. A real human, I believe, is closer to about 6 heads tall. That's why I'm saying when you draw a real-looking human being on paper and you show it to someone, there is a 99% chance they will say, that looks wrong. They look too short. Their legs are not long enough. No, a real human is not 8 heads tall. Yeah, that would be a nightmare because it would make depending on the scale, if you made them properly and then scaled up the woman to be in proportion with the man, she would have a massive fucking head. I can see it in my mind's eye now, and it's cringe, dude. It's this is one of those situations where it's like, are you paying me to just kind of make your bad ideas come true, or are you paying me to make good art? All right, let's rework this skirt a little bit. And I think our block out will be close. Oops. It scares the shit out of me every time. Sorry, friends. Polishing the turd, yeah. We've all been there. I've experienced a lot of that. And, yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm not too worried, Snake. Thank you, though. Good to know you got my back. The thing is I would never, if I'm guiding someone or I'm instructing someone, I would never give someone like a character must always be 7 heads tall, or a character must always be 5 heads tall, or 6, or whatever. You draw what looks good. Right? Because this character, let me get a sphere in here. Close enough. Delete this. They might look similar, but they are not. Although they do have a similar head size, right? So if we move her over, they have roughly the same head size. This girl's a little bigger. But if I make them the same height, they look diminutive. Like her head is so much smaller and her proportions look strange. That's why I tell people, like, if you're gonna make something, if you're going to sculpt something, you know, don't concern yourself with yes, no's. Don't concern yourself with like, it's got to be this way, you know. Just make it look good. If your character's 7 heads tall, then she's 7 heads tall. If she's 4 heads tall, then she's 4 heads tall, right? But the best way to think about it is that the best way to think about it is a character's head is
Tell me what you know
usually-
about Peach.
I'm trying to, Snake. A character's head is, on average, the same size as another character's head. In whatever world you're creating, in whatever fantasy universe you're building characters in, unless your characters have reasons to have heads of wildly different sizes, they're going to have a head that is roughly the same size as other characters. So the head is always the marker of a character's size, right? So if you draw the Incredible Hulk, right? You can tell this character's big because their head is very small. The illusion is broken if you draw the head like this. Now this person looks like they're 3 feet tall, right? Whereas this guy looks massive because his head is small, because we are looking at the head and thinking, okay, I know roughly how big a head should be conceptually. Give it all those. Make their bones thicker, make them taller. And in some fantasy context, like giant races, like let's say you're playing EverQuest and you see a giant somewhere in the northern lands of Norath, the giant's going to have a big head because racially that character has a big head. But if you know how big a giant is and you know how big a giant head is, then you can make an assumption at how big that giant is. If you saw a giant that was super muscular, they would have the same head size as a giant who was not super muscular. Same with a dwarf. So if you're character building or you're doing anything like that, definitely consider those. Consider what a default would be, and then build from there. I'm just going to do this. Scooch that foot up. We'll fix it in post. Yeah, you make them big boned. My beef with this girl right now is that her legs are way too defined. And I know everyone's like, Merc, I love them. Nope. They're defined and they look good, but they look good for the wrong reasons. They don't match proportionally with the rest of her body. You'll notice that she doesn't have super defined arms. You'll notice that she doesn't have a super defined stomach. So, from my perspective, I need to pull some of these things back and let her body be a little more curvaceous from a natural perspective, right? I need to curve that off. Pull her butt a little bit. Yeah, Jesus. Absolutely. Absolutely. I fully agree with that. I think everyone, that's part of what is style, right? I have my own beliefs on what art style is, quote unquote. It's a long topic. I have a saved video on my channel if you want to look it up in the videos section. But the long and short of it is I tend to have personal ideals for what I think is the best proportions. I have my own predetermined decisions. I tend to give characters shorter torsos. I tend to give characters long necks. I give characters bellies. I give characters really thin backs sometimes. Wider on the sides. Probably too wide sometimes. She could probably be thicker and it would be more realistic. But do I want that? You know? Is that something that I feel is accentuating whatever story I'm telling? Hell yeah, Mr. Book. Yeah, trust me, the head size, the topic of head size and deciding proportions. All those topics, they will be covered in great detail because I think they're extremely important and very underserved and under-recognized. Yeah, with art, you can really play. It's entirely up to you what you think is ideal, right? You don't have to do what anyone else tells you to do. I'm a big fan of just making whatever you want to make. Trust me, there's someone out there that likes whatever you're doing. They like your decisions. Aid, I make miniatures. I make a garage kit, like garage kit figurines for people to put together and build. This I'm working on right now is just a garage kit idea. Just working on my own interpretation of Morgan Le Fay.
Go to bed, Merc. It's time to catch some shut-eye.
Kendo, you're 100% right. But not yet. Oh, this is just going to be a personal release. This will be a figure that I release. So, it'll just be from me. Need to figure out the leg stuff better. Alright, Dreamless, enjoy. Enjoy, relax. I'll catch you next time. Yeah, garage kits. Yep. Some things I might release as 3D prints available for people to just print on their own. But I actually like making physical things and letting people have real physical products. That's a big one for me. I see. Yeah. Belly forever. True. I'm gonna merge these. Poorly. Sculpt them into one. Yeah, it's fun. I like making my own miniatures. I like making my own products. Surprised you're not having issues with Twitch police. I have in the past. I'm just at the point where I want to make what I want to make, and I don't think this is as bad as a lot of people do. So I just do whatever. I'm not gonna put like nipples on her, and I'm not gonna make her skin colored or anything like that, but you know, this is pretty tame. I've seen way wilder stuff on Twitch. I've seen like straight up 3D animated bouncing boobs on Twitch before, and no one's done anything. It's very like lottery. You either get banned or you don't. And I don't think I'm doing anything too bad. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. But I am going to have to bring this to a close for the night. Change the modifier on my pinch. Pinch. I also personally don't think anything bad should happen to me because I don't know. I don't think this is as bad as people think it is. It's also pretty late, so I assume most people who are roaming around trying to report people are asleep. And artists have a moment to just be artists. Which part of anatomy took the longest or gave me the most trouble to learn? Honestly, the face. I still think mastering the face is very, very hard, but if we're all in agreement that the face is a difficult, very complex structure, and we're talking about like the rest of the body, I would probably say the hand. The hand is very hard. But again, I think we can all agree the hand is really difficult. So if we take the face and the hand out of the equation, I would say arms are actually pretty difficult. Legs, I think, are much easier than arms. I think arms, specifically, like this portion can be pretty difficult because there's a lot of rhythms in these areas that can be really confusing. That would probably be my choice. Shame to put this cloth back on. What is pulling on it? Her foot is too small, I can already tell. Just do this. No. That's much better. All right, I don't know what's messing up the physics. I was just going to do a little drape, but keeps pulling. Oh. I think I know why. Because of these edges. Delete hidden. Okay. Yeah, that fixed it. So we'll probably come back tomorrow, and I will actually fix up this shoulder. I'll get some proper anatomy and some proper reference, because there's some shoulder roll going on here that I haven't put in. And we'll do some touch-ups. But I think we can clean up the shoulder and connect everything, because I actually like where this is going. And we'll decide on the second arm, and we'll probably give her a real face, and we'll start to figure out more about what her face is actually going to look like and her hairstyle. I'm going to bring her leg back in. I want her leg to be a little tighter. It's a little too loosey-goosey in terms of volume. It's better. Do a little clay polish. Nope, don't do that. Looks terrible. I want to do something like that, though. I really want, if I'm being 100% transparent with my thought process, I really want, like, just the vaguest... I'm going to delete this. I really want just the vaguest hint of censorship right here. Just the tiniest. I want it to be, like, criminally small. Because I really want to show off... This is probably one of my favorite parts of the anatomy. The pelvis. I love that. And I really love this portion. If we're talking strictly anatomically, the shoulder girdle and the pelvis are some of the best parts. And of course, the whole back is phenomenal. I love, anatomically, those are my favorite parts. Breasts, obviously, are good. Let's not be contrarian here. Breasts kick ass, but breasts are relatively simple in comparison. Yeah, this is cool. This is turning out to be way cooler than I thought it was. All right, friends. Thank you for stopping in, Raiders. If you enjoyed the show and you've enjoyed the sculpting, feel free to come hang out ask questions. Man, right when Smash Bros finishes too. We will come back tomorrow. We will do some Smash Bros, Gamba. We will continue to work on our character here. And we'll smash through all these characters. Heck yeah. So we're going to get into some Smash CPU Gamba. That'll be fun. And yeah, if you're interested, you want to come back, feel free to throw down a follow. If you would like to participate in the Discord, go ahead and throw a Prime sub or a sub down. And we do feedback very often. All subs are allowed to ask for feedback whenever they want. As well as we do gaming nights where we get together and we play games. We have a good time. There's other community activities. Sometimes there's D&D. We may get into some movie nights eventually, which I think would be a lot of fun. And we also do secret streams, which is once a week. I don't stream on Twitch. I stream on Discord. And I'm allowed to stream on Discord whatever I want. So there's a lot more nudity and there's a lot more talk about anatomical features that would definitely get us blasted off of the surface of Twitch and leave nothing but a scorching mark. So I tend to I don't know why there's a swear word in my game. Oh, this must be from when me and the homies were running games, and this was the this was the do or die rule set. Hell yeah. Oh, cool. We can actually run like hour-long gambas. Hell yes, dude. This is going to be cool. This is going to be fun. All right. This is going to be cool. Yeah, you have to enter a name. Cringe. I don't know who named it fuck, but they're a legend. They're a legend. All right, friends, throw down that follow if you like what you see. We'll be hanging out. I stream almost every night, if not every night. So you'll find me online tomorrow around the same time. Okay, have a good night, everyone. Plug your ears and booba forever. Catch you next time.
Welcome! In this world, you've got to be strong. You've got to